It's the Opperman Report. Join digital forensic investigator and PI Ed Opperman for an in-depth discussion of conspiracy theories, strategy of New World Order resistance, high-profile court cases in the news, and interviews with expert guests and authors on these topics and more. It's the Opperman Report. And now, here is investigator Ed Opperman.
Okay, welcome to the Opperman Report. And if you've tuned in here on YouTube to listen to the Opperman Report, you're out of luck because we're no longer on YouTube. YouTube has demonetized the Opperman Report's YouTube channel, so we're no longer broadcasting the shows on YouTube. But you can still listen to the show, okay? YouTube's only a small portion of the audience, so you can still listen to the show. The show will be airing tonight, 6 is June 8th, 2018, at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Now, you can listen to it live at awakeradio.us, peoplesinternetradio.com, psnradio.com, and I think there's dashes, too, between the P, the S, and N, called publicstreamingnetwork.com, IPM Nation. We'll be playing the show live. Also, too, you can't hear it on Friday nights, but on Saturday nights it plays on the Ocelli Report, and it plays also, too, on the evenings.
It's the Opperman Report. Join digital forensic investigator and PI Ed Opperman for an in-depth discussion of conspiracy theories, strategy of New World Order resistance, high-profile court cases in the news, and interviews with expert guests and authors on these topics and more. It's the Opperman Report. And now, here is investigator Ed Opperman.
Okay, welcome to the Opperman Report. I'm your host, private investigator Ed Opperman. You can find a link to my work at emailrevealer.com. I'm the president of Opperman Investigations and Digital Forensic Consulting. I'm the author of the book, How to Become a Successful Private Investigator. You can get an autographed copy at emailrevealer.com. Also, too, and if you need an asset search, you need to locate someone's current place of employment, you need a name and address from a phone number or a license plate number. You need to locate someone. You need to identify someone from an anonymous email address. All kinds of services at emailrevealer.com. Digital forensics, cell phone forensics. Emailrevealer.com. That's the place to go. Got a brand new sponsor. How do you like that? Got a brand new sponsor. CartKing.com. Cart, CART-King.com, 877-986-7771. It's a lucky number, a lot of sevens in there. CartKing.com. Now, what do they do? Now, you remember I used to tell you guys, I told you a bunch of times about how I had a beeper company. And what happened was, I guess it was like 1989, 1990. I was going through some tough times. And I applied for a job working at this beeper company. And as a salesman, commission-only salesman. And I said to myself, I said, well, okay, I want to sell these beepers because the commission was good. Back then, they didn't sell beepers or cell phones at stores. They hardly sold cell phones at all. They used to sell them at car stereo places only. So I said, how can I sell these beepers, man? I don't want to go around making cold calls and driving around to people's businesses and trying to sell them a bunch of beepers. That's a pain in the butt. I don't want to do that. So I lived right next to the Staten Island Mall. And I was walking through the mall one day, and I saw they had these carts. It was called the Liberty Market. And you know how they have those little shopping carts, those little carts and kiosks in the center of the mall, in between the stores, and you're walking by, and there's a pretty girl sitting there selling. They sell perfume, and that guy wants to clean your jewelry, and there's another guy that wants to clean your sneakers, and there's someone with a little helicopter flying around. Those carts, and they sell Christmas time. They'll sell stockings, hung by the chimney with care, all that kind of stuff. And I said, well, this is what I got to do, man. I got to get over here into the middle of this mall and sell beepers and cell phones. The cell phones were an afterthought back in those days, okay? And I'm going to sell the beepers from one of these carts in the mall. Let me go talk to the mall management and get one of these deals here. So they wanted me to use one of their carts. And I says, it doesn't look professional enough. I need a kiosk. So I went and I had one of these kiosks built. I was the first person in the whole country to go into a mall and sell beepers and cell phones from a kiosk in a mall. I was on the cover of RCR magazine. Everyone thought I was crazy. Okay, because the rents are too high, you're going to go out of business. And it was a hugely successful business. I had over 100 employees. Ultimately, we were in 3 malls. We had a couple of storefronts. Great business. But no one carries beepers anymore, if you haven't noticed. But that's what these guys do. CartKing.com, 877-986-7771. They make beverage carts and kiosks. I don't talk about this much, but at another point in my life, I owned a coffee kiosk. When we first moved here to Las Vegas and my wife went to work in the hospital, it was a brand new hospital, and I says, hey, all these hospitals in these big buildings, they'll have a kiosk, a cart, near the entrance where you can come in and buy a cup of coffee. I says, let me get the contract. Very inexpensive rent. I purchased a kiosk, a coffee kiosk, where we could actually brew the coffee there. But even if you can't, you can bring it in those big carafes, and that's a great business. If you could find a spot, a high traffic location, like a hospital or where the DMV is, okay, and you can rent space really, really cheap. It's expensive in a mall. A mall is a whole other story, especially around Christmas time, the holiday season. But you get one of these kiosks built from CartKing.com. You dream it, they draw it, they design it, and they ship it worldwide. Worldwide, guys. All you guys in Ireland and England, all those places, in Africa, I got to be. They can have the company's in Canada. CartKing.com's in Canada. Canadian-made cart. Coffee carts. The FDA approved, by the way. See? Now, there's all kinds of regulations, too. If you're selling food and selling beverages from these carts, there's all kinds of regulations you got to follow. So these guys, they got all that down pat. They can build them for outdoors, retail, malls, hospitals, any high-traffic area. You're going to call these guys up at CartKing.com, 877-986-7771. That's cart-king.com. Come up with an idea, and let's say you already got a business. You got a real estate business, right? You can work out a deal with these malls and these high-traffic areas to go in there with the wrap around the kiosk with pictures of homes that are for sale. You could put up your little photographs of places you can move to, a little video camera laptop there with a video of the different homes in your neighborhood for sale. And you can rent a space in a mall or a kiosk just for a month. And get in there, hand out your cards for a month, get your business off the ground. These are high-traffic areas. When I had my beeper company, I did no advertising. It was only people walking past the mall. And if you have something like a membership, too, like a gym membership, set up one of these kiosks in a mall there. Sell the gym memberships. Now you got recurring income coming in. Great ground floor business, inexpensive, quality equipment. It's an investment. You can always sell it. You can always sell the kiosk. I even sold my lease. I sold my location when I sold my beeper company. CartKing.com, 877-986-7771. Give them a call. They saved the show, by the way. The show was about to go off the air because of the situation with we lost our income from YouTube. So I was going to just pretty much give it, what am I going to do? We already barely make it from month to month. So we were going to lose that YouTube income, and then I couldn't afford to go on keep on Spreaker, the Spreaker bill every month. So that would have shut us down on iHeart and iTunes and pretty much everything, because all those platforms are uploaded from Spreaker. So we would have lost a big chunk of our reach with this show. And my plan was to just go to the member section, just continue memberships. And just drop all that crap and just give myself less headaches in life. But now I've got more headaches. CartKing.com. Check them out. 877-986-7771. So we're going to, the situation with YouTube, I'm going to be doing a whole hour on that later on. Not a whole hour, but I'll be talking about it later on, about the YouTube situation. But for now, YouTube demonetized the channel, so I'm not going to be uploading shows to YouTube anymore. I'll upload a description of the show, and then you can go listen to it over at Spreaker. At Spreaker.com, Spreaker.com, or on iHeart, or on iTunes, or any of those platforms there. You can listen to it live, too. I'll give a whole list of stations you can listen to the show live. But for now, we won't be uploading to YouTube the actual show, because if it's not monetized, I want to And I'm trying to build up Spreaker, which is monetized for me. Anyway, there we go. CartKing.com. Save the show. You can thank them. I wonder if there's an email. Well, you can go to their website, cart-king.com, and send them a thank you, too. And a little welcome aboard to the Opera Report. Okay. Let's see. Let's get to the show. Everybody tunes in. Not to hear my problems, that's for sure. Okay. There was an interesting little bit on the news this week. Well, White House contractor arrested on attempted murder warrant as he checks in to the White House for work. So now, this is a guy, he works in the White House, right? And what happened, what was this guy's name here? Is Martise Edwards. He's 30 years old. Okay, and he's described as a White House contractor working for the NSC, the National Security Council in the White House. And what happened was, May 3rd, he gets into some kind of an altercation out in front of his apartment where he lives. And a woman gets shot. May 3rd. Right? But the warrant isn't issued until 14 days later on May 17th. And the guy's walking around with a full-blown murder warrant. Okay? A first-degree murder warrant. This isn't aggravated, manslaughter. This is a first-degree murder warrant. And he's walking around, this guy who has some kind of intelligence background. He's working for the National Security Council. This isn't like a guy off the street. Okay? This isn't a mailman or a landscaper, okay, who gets into a little beef and has a murder warrant, This is, you'd think the guy's working in the White House. You'd think he's got his ear to the ground and keeping an eye out for any warrants, any first-degree murder warrants, especially if, he was, the guy's not denying he was involved in a shooting. Someone he knew got shot out in front of his apartment. His neighbors were talking about it. The police arrived. This wasn't some kind of like a missing person that he's being accused of, or a long time ago. This is a recent shooting out in front of his apartment. Woman dies. Okay, now we don't know the details. He hasn't said if he knows this woman, if the woman's a stranger or whatever. You kind of assume that it must be a domestic kind of thing because it's a man and a woman. But that's not necessarily true. Who knows what it is? We don't know. But we know that this guy, Mr. Martise Edwards, he was aware of the situation. He was well aware there was a shooting out in front of his place, right? You're living in an apartment, you're working for the NSC, because someone gets shot, you kind of, hey, whoa, what's going on? So he knew what was going on, right? Right? These are facts. I'm sure the guy's, maintains his innocence or whatever. We don't even have an arraignment details or anything like this, because this isn't talked about anywhere on the news. Okay, White House contractor arrested on a murder warrant as he's checking into the White House. Right? You'd think that would be a big story. Wouldn't you? No, only in America. only in Trump's America. So anyway, the guy keeps showing up in the murder warrant. The first-degree murder warrant is issued on May 17th, but he doesn't get busted until June 4th. So the guy's, checking in and out of the White House or whatever he's doing for quite some time. No, the Secret Service wasn't notified until his warrant, until June 4th. He was arrested on June 5th. So I guess he was showing up for work from May 14th, May 17th, probably May 3rd, until June 5th when he gets busted. He's showing up for a whole month. Back to work at the White House. When you just shot someone to death, allegedly. Now, so who is this guy and what's he do? Well, we don't know what he does. We know he's called a contractor for the NSC. Now, maybe they call yourself a contractor. Basically, you're not an employee. You're working as an independent contractor. You get paid by 1099, I assume. And an outside vendor that they're hiring to work for them as an employee, as a consultant, or whatever you're doing. But then we're not sure. But it makes you wonder. Now, the NSC, what is the NSC? The National Security Council. Created in the late 40s. And basically, it's a White House office. It's a cabinet-level position of different cabinet heads are part of this National Security Council. And they coordinate between the CIA, the Defense Intelligence, the Naval Intelligence, right? The Army Intelligence, right? Now, interesting history with the National Security Council. Because, you know, this is where the brilliant idea of Iran-Contra came out of. NSC, National Security Council. Ollie North worked for the National Security Council in the White House. That's that unit. So it's always been kind of like this kind of shadowy, mysterious. They're up to stuff. You know, they're up to a lot of shenanigans over there in the National Security Council. Right? That's where Ollie North came out with Iran-Contra, where they came up with this idea that they were going to sell arms to the Iranians, and then they were going to take that money and then send it to the Contras. And then they had another little side deal going on where they were getting cocaine and bringing it up to the United States. So the whole Iran-Contra shenanigans, that's a pretty deep, level, scheme. Watergate, people involved in Watergate come out of the National Security Council. Al Haig worked for the National Security Council. General Al Haig, remember him? He's the one who, he worked for Nixon first. He was Nixon's chief of staff there for a bit. But he worked for Reagan too. And then when Reagan got shot, he says, well, I'm in charge, that whole thing. And if you listen to Len Kolodny, who's written all these great books on Watergate, he believes that Haig was involved in a coup to take down Nixon, along with Bob Woodward, So the National Security Council, start looking into the National Security Council, and what else do you find? Well, this is interesting. How about this? They have kill authorizations. It's something called the Matrix Deposition. Huh, what is this? Okay, the Matrix Deposition. And kill authorizations for this high-level cabinet group in the that's based out of the White House. And also, the Office of the National Security Advisor, too, also works with the National Security Council. They're part of that council. And do I have this in my notes here? Because Obama made some changes to it, and then Trump also just made some recent changes to it, but I did not save that here in my notes to tell you. Maybe during the commercial break I can find it and get into those descriptions there. But during the Obama reign, they came up with this thing called the deposition... the disposition matrix. I've been reading that as deposition all day long. And this is a secret national security panel that pursues the So they've come up with this memo under the National Security Advisor, Susan Rice. You might recall she's the one that comes up under all that heat when she did those Saturday morning newscasts for what's that called there? The whole Benghazi situation, right? When she came out and said it was because of the video. So she was head of the National Security Advisor. She was National Security Advisor, part of the National Security Advisor Council. And they have killed American citizens. One guy was this guy here who was Anwar al-Kawi, who was an American citizen. He was killed overseas, but still he was a U.S. citizen. He was targeted for assassination by the National Security Council, which has a shadowy White House group, which has notorious history with Al Haig and with Ollie North, Iran-Contra. And they have the authority to publish an assassination list of people that they're allowed to assassinate. And here we have our friend here who just, who was wanted on a murder warrant working there. So it makes you kind of wonder, what's going on? What kind of people do they have working over there at the National Security Council. Now, guess who else was working over there? First time ever. Steve Bannon, the White House political strategist, had clearance to work with the National Security Council. And at the time they were saying, well, this is the first time ever that a political operative would have this kind of a security clearance and access to the National Security Council. Steve Bannon. You might want to take a look in our members section when we've done shows about Steve Bannon's porn and meth house down in Florida. In fact, I talk about it with Daniel Hopsicker. Because one of the places he was renting was from a mobster down in Florida. But the one that we talk about is the porn and meth house, where the next tenants and the landlord found evidence that in this porn and meth house that they were manufacturing methamphetamine. They could see the circles from the barrel. There was signs in the tub of methamphetamine. They did medical studies, blood test, drug tests where they found residue in the air conditioning unit of methamphetamine chemicals. And we know they were filming porn because his wife is this, what's that called? Swedish model, who was involved in filming videos and stuff like that. That's all known. She was arrested trying to sneak a cell phone and some marijuana into her boyfriend who was in jail down there. It was well known they were involved in pornography. This is not alleged. It's all known, well known and admitted that the police were showing up down at that place, this house. It was well known that they were filming porn. Other porn stars showed up looking for them. That people who worked in the house said, yeah, they were filming porn in here. Maintenance workers and repairmen said they were filming porn here. So this isn't some alleged situation. This is witnesses. And Steve Bannon goes, one day he's over at his porn and meth house. Next day he's over at the National Security Council, looking over that list, that kill list, to see who needs killing. Who needs some killing right now? Steve Bannon. All right, let's take a commercial break here. We'll be right back after these messages. And now a word from our sponsors.
Hi, folks. Ronnie here from Life Change Tea. There's a lot of hubbub about the ramifications of GMOs. First of all, what are GMOs? Genetically modified organisms. Yee! Man-made organisms entering our body, changing and damaging us from the inside out. What's our defense? First of all, not eating them. Second, cleansing from them when we do eat them. Thank God for Life Change Tea at getthetea.com. Life Change Tea cleanses from toxins, heavy metals, and helps flush GMOs out of your body. Our unique blend of herbs help cleanse you from the inside out, helping you feel refreshed and clean of yee. We also carry unique one-of-a-kind supplements. So order online at getthetea.com. That's getthetea.com. Rid yourself of the yee that contaminates your food and water. Go to getthetea.com. That's getthetea.com. Get the tea, your best defense.
The Opperman Report is brought to you by SubhashTechnosis.com. Subhash Technosis is a search engine optimization and website design company. They're located in India, so you're going to save a lot of money and get top quality service. They offer all sorts of business process outsourcing, data entry, banking BPO services, recruitment process outsourcing, software testing, offshoring, research network, customer care, press release, content writing and distribution, and much, much more. Now, you can get a hold of Subhash Technosis by email at info@subhashtechnosis.com. Their website is www.subhashtechnosis.com, and their Skype is ANUSHASUBASH.
WPR Rebuttal, covering the sides of the story missed by Wisconsin Public Radio, bringing narratives the UW System Board of Regents won't allow. Shedding light on perspectives the owners of WPR don't want you to hear. Every Thursday at 12:30 Central Time, WPR Rebuttal is your destination for grassroots journalism in Sauk County and beyond. Our host, Senator JPO, provides insightful analysis into stories that are only superficially covered by mainstream press. A recent inventory of topics includes college graduate underemployment, yellow journalism in the media, and favoritism in the public sector hiring process. Get your WPR rebuttal fix Thursdays at 12:30 Central Time.
Remember, all these shows on Awake are brought to you by emailrevealer.com. You can go to emailrevealer.com and get a copy of my book, How to Become a Successful Private Investigator. You also do all those kind of different services for you. Online dating service investigations called an online infidelity investigation. And that's where you give us your husband or your boyfriend, your girlfriend's email address, and we trace it back to their online dating websites, and we return a list of all the dating sites that email is registered to. We can expand on that investigation and trace it back to porn sites, escort service sites, swinger sites, gambling websites, and even prescription drug websites, and all kinds of digital forensics, computer and cell phone digital forensics, where we can recover deleted content from an email or a hard drive and produce a report for you that you can use in court. That's emailrevealer.com, or you can contact me at oppermaninvestigations@gmail.com.
We all have questions. Did he do it or did he not? We all have opinions, but do we really know the truth? New evidence will now be presented and the ultimate answers will be revealed in the explosive documentary, Serpents Rising. Inspired by the bestseller Double Cross for Blood, an independent investigation of the trial of the century, the lies, the myths, and the concealed evidence. Don't miss Serpents Rising.
This excellent documentary film is available at Serpents Rising at Vimeo Videos on demand. Watch it for $1.99. Okay, welcome back to the Opperman Report. I'm your host, Private Investigator Ed Opperman. Don't forget this show is brought to you by CartKing.com, cart-king.com, 877-987-7771, 986-7771. Hey, you want to hear a real quick? I'll tell you a funny story. My 800 number is, well, also, if I don't pick up the line after after 4 rings, it goes to voicemail, or it'll roll over to whatever phone I'm at. So I get a lot of wrong numbers, you know. So this little old woman, little old lady who calls up every now and then, she gets the wrong number. She calls up, she needs to order new oxygen for her oxygen because she's on oxygen. So you'll hear the message. She goes, "Hi, this is Margaret so-and-so, and I'm down to my last 2 tanks, so you need to order some oxygen." So I hear this message, and I say, "Oh, my God, what, this woman, she called the wrong place. She thinks they're going to deliver oxygen. And then she's got to be there with no oxygen." So I panic, and I call her up and say, "Hey, how are you?" So this has been going on now for a year. She calls me up about once a month by mistake when she's making her oxygen purchase. So now we've worked out a little system there that if she calls and gets the wrong number, she leaves a message, so I know to worry. I can check on her if she's getting her oxygen. Ah, God, zooks. Anybody else would say, I got a wrong number, ignore it, but not me. I got to go make sure this lady gets her oxygen. Anyway, so the Cart King, though, is 877-986-7771. Don't call them for oxygen, though. They sell carts. Kiosks and carts for in the mall or the hospital. You sell your goods, your wares, great stuff. They save the show. CartKing.com. God bless him. Big news this week for good old Paul Manafort. Paul Manafort, what a guy. What a guy. I tell you, I remember when they appointed Paul Manafort, I kept calling him Manafort. Manafort, I could never get his name straight, but now everybody knows his name. And I said, Paul Manafort, this guy. He's from the Nixon scandals. Paul Manafort. He was in business with Roger Stone and all the partners at their law firm. They went to prison, and they were involved in they were called the torturers lobbyists, because they were lobbyists for all these different countries, in Haiti and stuff like that, where they were doing torture and stuff, and the dictator lobbyists. And he says, this is this guy. I said, if I knew, and no, it was he's Trump's campaign manager. Oh, he's a great guy. If that was true, it'd be all over the news, Ed. And I said, this guy's up to some stuff. No, Ed, you're wrong. But anyway, Paul Manafort's in the jackpot. He's caught some new charges this week. As a matter of fact, he's caught new charges today. New charges, because earlier in the week, he has a hearing today to prove that he has not violated his bail conditions. Now, here's the guy. Normally, you get busted. Average guy gets busted. Simple little, day-to-day case. You got a little child, a little assault or a theft charge, with auto theft or something like that. Your bail hearing is set. Boom, that's it. If it's a high bail hearing and you can't afford to get it out, your lawyer will, try to make an appeal, a second bail hearing with different change of circumstances and stuff like that, trying to get your bail reduced. Now, Paul Manafort's gone through this whole big boom, this whole big negotiations and stuff like that. He's got an ankle bracelet on and he had to turn over property and stuff like that to keep his butt out of jail awaiting trial in this case. Here he's got. And he's moved heaven and earth to be walking around like a free man on these charges he's got. Well, he's just kind of blown at because they've been doing a lot of surveillance on him. And he's violated before. He had ghostwritten an article. He wasn't supposed to be promoting or talking. They had a gag order on him. And he ghostwritten this article about work he did in Ukraine. And they caught him on that. And now they just caught him. And they got this guy bad. They caught him using secret devices and encrypted apps, contacting and using third parties to contact witnesses and co-defendants in this trial, which is a big no-no. Okay? And now they just announced new indictments. Today they indicted a business partner, Ed, and he's in those indictments too. This people think this is part of the violation, but this is brand new indictments on obstruction charges and money laundering charges from February and April. This is while he's out on bail. He's got new charges of what he's done out on bail. So my prediction on Paul Manafort is he's going to be in jail awaiting trial on this case he's fighting here. This Mueller stuff and all of his money laundering charges and stuff like that. And I can't see how he's not going to get convicted on these charges. So now he's going to be sitting in a jail soon awaiting this trial. Now, when you're on trial and you're out, you kind of want to push it out. Let's get some delays. But when you're sitting in jail, especially the guy's like 75 years old, got jet black hair. I'm sure he doesn't dye it, but this is not a young man. And jail's not easy even on a young man. You're in your 60s, your 70s, man. They put you in jail waiting trial because jail's not like prison. Jail's a lot worse than prison. Jail, you're locked up a lot. You don't have a lot of possessions. You don't have a lot of visits. Bad situation to be in jail waiting trial. Okay, and that's where most people will make a plea deal. They'll tough it out when they're out on the street. No, I'm not going to go down with the ship. I'm not going to rat. But you start holding them there in that pretrial detention centers, things change. Because you're sitting in there with a bunch of other guys in there doing time. And they start telling you, hey, listen, if I look back, maybe I would have talked. Maybe I would have made a deal. If I'm looking back, I regret not making that deal. Not too many guys sitting in prison and saying, I'm glad how things turned out. Okay? This is just what I hoped that would happen. Okay? I made the right choices in my life. There's a couple in there saying that, but not many. And Manafort's a smart enough guy. He's going to be talking to smart guys in it, So, anyway, that looks like the end of the road for Manafort, that they're probably going to pull his bail and they're going to throw him there, unless he somehow escapes the country. Because I can't see how this is going to work out well for him. Now, these charges of witness tampering, okay, is serious business. And this is stuff that I have a lot of personal experience with as a private investigator. Very often, I'll be brought into a case like this, and the defendant will say, we need you to talk to the witnesses in this case, and I need you to get them to say this. Okay? And these are all red flags. I need you to get them to say this. Or I need you to trick them when you're interviewing them. Trick them, and force them. And you watch TV, and you see that stuff happening, And a private investigator will go and they'll talk, buddy, let's talk off the record, But in reality, in a situation like this, because first of all, if this was a third party, if this was a private investigator who had contacted those witnesses, and now that guy would be arrested already. Okay, because in any kind of situation where you have a client, let's say he wants to wiretap his wife, he wants to place a bug in the car, if the client were to get arrested for that, very little charges. But if it's a private investigator that gets busted on those charges, they throw the book at him. And that's just how it is. You know, they throw the book at me. I'm under way much more scrutiny and way much more, there's a higher threshold, there's a higher bar, a higher level of expectation that I'm going to be operating correctly and ethically than the average guy off the street. So in reality, and because, you know, you do want to, you know, you want to go and you want to interview these witnesses, you want to take down their statement, and you want to take that and get them, not get them, but once they've made their statement, you want to find discrepancies between the statement they gave to me, the statement they gave to the police originally, a statement they made in a deposition later on. You find discrepancies. You find inaccuracies. You find changes to the story. Okay? And that's where if you find a little crack in the wall there, and then you start scratching at that crack to make it bigger. Or you'll find they'll say something, then you go find another witness that says, no, that's false. It's a lie. He's lying about what he said to me, what he's saying. So when you go to interview these witnesses, you want to record everything so that the witness doesn't turn around later on and say, hey, that operator, when he came to see me, he was offering me money, or he was waving a gun at me, and he threatened me, and this kind of stuff. See, a lot of times, and I take that experience with me because this is something you got to be careful with. You can't fool around with these kind of things. You wind up in jail. You wind up in court. You know? You don't fool around with this kind of stuff. And this is, PIs, this is one of the main problems that they have. They'll go to interview a witness, and the witness will say later on, oh, when he came to interview me, he represented himself as a police officer. He pulled out a badge. He started showing me a badge, and I saw his gun, and he told me he was a cop. He said he was a sergeant. We had a situation back in Brooklyn where they claimed that the investigator I was working with identified himself as sergeant. And I was right there, and I heard him. He said he was detective. He says, I'm a detective. Okay, and I always say private investigator, you know, make it very, very clear. But a lot of these guys, too, that are retired cops will like to push that little line there, you know, and they have that kind of cop attitude, so people will assume right away that they're a cop. So I carry that standard of questioning into my interviews when I do these interviews with a radio show. Okay, a lot of people will say to me, well, Ed, you were too easy on that guest. Okay. Ed, you were too easy on them, okay? And how come you didn't ask the tough questions? Which mainly they want me to start yelling at the guest and start arguing with the guest, and for putting words in the guest's mouth, okay? Which what my role here is with the radio show is to interview the guest and get them on record. Now, just recently I had a guest on, and you really wonder. And anybody should be able to listen to the interview and say, well, when you listen to this guy, his story's full of holes. You know? Now, I guess I could start insulting the guy and say, hey, man, you're a liar. Your story's full of holes. Okay, well, then the interview's over. Okay, well, then now I've got nothing. I'm talking for the next hour by myself. Okay, right? Or an intelligent listener would hear this and say, oh my God, the story's full of holes. We've got him on tape now. We've got him on record. I've never heard anybody else ask him these questions. So I did an interview more recently, and the guest is full of it, you know, but I like the guy. And I start getting bombarded. Ed, this is what the facts here. These are the facts. Well, you know, like, well, I don't even get what you're trying to tell me. You know, like, you know, what are you trying to convince me of? I'm here to ask the guy questions, and he gives me the answers. If you know this other information, good, go run with it, fine. But, you know, like, I don't even understand it. It's obvious to anybody listening, you know, that the tall tales are a little wacky. I'll give you a perfect example. We were talking before about the National Security Council, right? And there's this guy, an alternative media, running around. He gets interviewed all over the place, right? And he claims that he's a former contractor for the National Security Agency, the NSA. But then he'll say, oh, and when I was working for the NSA, I was working for Ollie North and all the Ollie North guys from Iran-Contra. So here's this guy who's making up this story, claiming he works for... They got him even work for the NSA. But he's got the NSA confused with the NSC, okay? And he's just babbling on and on. So it shouldn't be the interviewer's Well, yeah, if I had him on, I would ask him that question. I said, well, you claim NSA. That has nothing to do with the NSA. This is the NSA. What's going on there? I would say that. Okay, but people don't even bother doing that. They just swallow stuff, hook, line, and sinker. But my point I'm trying to make here is back to Manafort, is this kind of witness tampering is serious business. Again, like I said, they would arrest the PI on this right away. You're obstructing justice. You're tampering with a witness in a criminal investigation and a criminal trial. That's very, very serious business. Serious time charges on this kind of thing, too. Now, Manafort's been under surveillance during this whole process now, and they've got him pretty much in the jackpot here, using encrypted apps to contact them, and they have the people he's contacted are cooperating with the FBI and the Department of Justice and saying, yes, when he contacted me, I felt like he was trying to put words in my mouth. So it's a very delicate thing when you're trying to contact witnesses and co-defendants in a case. And when you do this, everything should be recorded, okay? Videotaped if you can. Make an appointment with them and videotape the whole thing. Videotape the interview. So they can't say, hey, this guy was waving, this guy, he referenced to a gun, and he pulled his jacket back so I could see his gun, and all this kind of stuff that they say, or he waved money in front of my face. He pulled out a wad of bills trying to, entice me into all this kind of stuff. So maybe, I don't know, I'm a little more sensitive to this than the average person here, but just from reading over the Department of Justice's complaint against Manafort, alleging this bail review that they're going to have, I'm convinced he's going to lose this. We're going to hear in a couple of hours, before the day is over, what's going on with that. And now that he has this new charges, by the way, if you're out on bail and you catch new charges, that's also a provision of bail release, that you don't catch new charges, you don't get in trouble for something else, which is also very, very common. Hey, did you know also, too, people don't realize this either, but guys who are in jail, 20% of the people who go to jail or prison catch new charges in prison. They get not a violation, like they got a sharpened spoon in their dowsing there, or they're caught making a grilled cheese sandwich on the radio, that kind of stuff, I'm talking about they catch new assault charges, they catch new drug charges, weapons possession charges, new criminal charges with a new real hearing and a new trial and a new sentence while they're in prison. So you got a good chance, when you're out on bail or or in prison, waiting, serving your time, to catch new charges, to get arrested again, to reoffend before you even get out. And that's what we have here with this. So it's really not that uncommon either, to catch new charges while you're out on bail or while you're serving your time in prison here. So Manafort, my prediction here is they're going to be holding him after this. He's going to lose his bail rights. I cannot imagine they would let this guy stay out on bail at this point, where he's out there obstruction charges back in February and April of this year. And it's like the second violation to his bail conditions. Okay, let's take a little commercial break, and we'll be back with more and more fun games and surprises and Topo Gigio for the kids right after these messages. And now a word from our sponsors.
WPR Rebuttal, covering the sides of the story missed by Wisconsin Public Radio, bringing narratives the UW System Board of Regents won't allow, shedding light on perspectives the owners of WPR don't want you to hear. Every Thursday at 12:30 Central Time, WPR Rebuttal is your destination for grassroots journalism in Sauk County and beyond. Our host, Senator JPO, provides insightful analysis into stories that are only superficially covered by mainstream press. A recent inventory of topics includes college graduate underemployment, yellow journalism in the media, and favoritism in the public sector hiring process. Get your WPR Rebuttal fix Thursdays at 12:30 Central Time.
The Opperman Report is brought to you by SubhashTechnosis.com. Subash Technosis is a search engine optimization and website design company located in India. So you're going to save a lot of money and get top quality service to boot. They offer all kinds of services, business process outsourcing, data entry, banking BPO services, recruitment process outsourcing, software testing, offshore research networking, customer care, press release content writing and distribution, and much, much more. They offer website development, e-commerce solutions, mobile responsive designs. Now, I've personally worked with Subash for over 10 years. This is the man that puts out my press releases. They've done work on my websites, so I can personally recommend SubashTechnosis.com. You can find a link to Subash Technosis at OppermanReport.com and also AwakeRadio.us.
People are waking up. They're standing up to those pushing pesticides and GMOs as safe alternatives for a starving world. What a bunch of crap! I tell you, I'd rather eat dirt. So I drink Life Change Tea. It's an herbal drink, cleansing my body of toxic sludge and nasty chemicals, and of course, ridding the intruders that are hidden in my so-called food. And by the way, Life Change Tea is non-GMO and organic. No fillers, no yuck. Just a great defense against you-know-what. May the supplement force awaken you. Don't fall to the dark side. Sorry. I went to the movies last night. Anyway, enough said. How do you get that herbal drink and change your life? GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. You will awaken. You will get stronger, and you might even lose a bit of weight. So awaken to Life Change Tea and the many one-of-a-kind supplements at GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. May the supplement force be with you.
We all have questions. Did he do it or did he not? We all have opinions, but do we really know the truth? New evidence will now be presented and the ultimate answers will be revealed in the explosive documentary, Serpents Rising. Inspired by the bestseller Double Cross for Blood, an independent investigation of the trial of the century, the lies, the myths, and the concealed evidence. Don't miss Serpents Rising.
This excellent documentary film is available at Serpents Rising at Vimeo Videos on demand. Watch it for $1.99. You can have your ad played here at OppermanReport.com every Friday night, 5 p.m., and Saturday night, 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And on Friday nights, too, we do a live portion for 1 hour that I just do a live monologue. The ads are very, very inexpensive, and they're also played in the Opperman Report member section. In the member section, you can find all kinds of exclusive content that you won't find anywhere else. It's as cheap as $6 a month, $20 a quarter, or $75 for a year. If you contact me directly at oppermanreport@gmail.com, I'll set you up with a little special deal there where you get a discount if you PayPal me directly, and you even get a copy of my book. I want to thank William Ramsey, who helps us produce the show and book guests. You can find William Ramsey, who's an excellent author, at William Ramsey Investigates on YouTube. Okay, welcome back to the Opperman Report. I'm your host, Private Investigator Ed Opperman. Okay, one more thing I want to talk about this week. Again, I got like a splitting headache, man. I was driving my car the other day, 2 days ago, and it started overheating. And so, I pulled over, put some oil in it, put a little water in it, and I noticed there was like this red fluid was all over like the engine, And I said, with red fluid, that got to be like tranny fluid or transmission fluid or power steering fluid. It was red. But it turns out it was coolant. The Lexus has a red coolant, red antifreeze in it. And my radiator busted. So the car's getting fixed. I'm getting a radiator fixed. And I have had no car for the past 2 days. Got no food in the house. And it's a hike to get some food here. And I'm too cheap to order food. I can't pay that. I won't do it. Back in New York, you could order food. It was cheap. But out here, man, like a $10 fee, $15 fee just to order a pizza, man. I'm going to spend another $10 on top of my pizza. I refuse. So I'm starving here. 2 days without food. I made spaghetti for breakfast, and that's gone now. In the news this week is Michael Avenatti, okay, who I first liked this guy, man. What's his problem? Michael Avenatti, who's representing the new attorney for Stormy Daniels. And he's done some good work. He's done some a little marginal work, too, man. A little shady stuff here, like getting those bank records, man. Okay, he might find himself in a jackpot on that one. And they're doing a lot of investigation to this guy's background and stuff like that, the news reports, and people are looking into him. And they're finding out there's been some shady practices and kind of marginal kind of deals. We're going to find out here of him with this coffee franchise. He had this coffee business, a big giant bankruptcy thing where anyway. guy's coming under a lot of scrutiny. So he comes up with this brilliant idea this week that he's going to sue Keith Davidson, who was Stormy Daniels' original attorney. Just remember, we wouldn't have any of this, okay? Without Keith Davidson and Gina Rodriguez, there would be no Stormy Daniels. No one would know about this. It's the original lawyer cut the deal with Michael Cohen. We wouldn't have this. Michael Cohen's, what's his call? His phone records and his emails now, and a million documents there. We wouldn't have all this on Michael Cohen if it wasn't for Keith Davidson and Gina Rodriguez. Now, I got a dog in this fight, okay? I've known Keith Davidson since 2012, 2010, okay? I've known Gina since 2010. You know, some of the biggest cases I worked on in my life were with these people. Tiger Woods and Wienergate and Sarah Palin, all this stuff I got through these people. If you go to my my bio on IMDb and look up all those cases, you know, on my website, Email Revealer says about us, and you look up all my stuff, 80% of those stuff that I've worked on, the big stuff, is through these people. And being like on the inside behind this, because by the way, my name's going to be in all this. My name's in Keith's emails for sure. Okay. And I know I'm going to be in Michael Cohen's mentioned in his emails, and I know directly between me and Michael Cohen, but I'm going to be mentioned in there for 100% sure. Okay. And he may have a little problem, okay, with that. Not me. I got no problems with this. I got no problems with this at all. I'm 100%. I've done nothing wrong. And nobody can sue me in this case. I got 100% the black on this. But being on the inside of this and knowing what behind the scenes, right, and how the news media is manipulating this story, because this Michael Avenatti has no case for I don't even know what these charges. He's claiming that Davidson was in cahoots with Michael Cohen against his client Stormy Daniels. No, man, I'm telling you, they're going to have so much emails and records and stuff back and forth. I've been involved in these cases. I haven't personally been involved in this case, although I knew about it. I was aware of it. I didn't know about the names, but I was certainly aware about what's going on way back in June 2016. But they're going to have all kind of communications with this woman where she's thanking, oh, Keith, thank you so much. Oh, Gina, thank you so much. Oh, help me if I do. What do we do? What do we do now? I know how these things work behind the scenes, man. And a lot of these women, too, man, they're very opportunist. Okay, and you help them, you get them through their case, you get them money and stuff like that, and then they're ungrateful later on. Okay? And so this is a big, huge mistake for Avenatti to be trying to sue Keith Davidson. First of all, what are his damages? What is Stormy Daniels' damages? She came out of this $130,000 ahead of the game. What is her damages? That after this all blew up in the news, that and she had signed an agreement that she was going to keep quiet, that after that it blew up in the news, that Cohen was talking to Davidson about an appearance on Fox in order to say that, to maintain her silence. What do you expect? If the lawyer negotiates a deal with the other side and now a problem comes up, of course you got to talk to that other lawyer again. And what do you think? Even investigators, when I'm talking to the prosecutor and stuff like, what do you think? We're nasty with each other and we're insulting each other? You know, you're trying to have a fight with them? Of course you're going to call them pal and stuff like that. That's just how it works. You become friendly with people when you work with them. You know, even Giuliani. When I was on the other side in those cases back in Giuliani, we were cordial. We were friendly, and those were serious cases. Not a little thing like this, a porn star hush money deal, This isn't like the Hindenburg, for the Lindbergh murder kidnapping case. This is a pretty fluffy litigation here, No one's being accused of rape. No one's being accused. This is pretty, cordial stuff. The client's happy she's getting money. The lawyer's happy he's getting money. The guy, the defendant's happy because things are keeping quiet. Everybody's happy. And what do you expect? Now Keith turns around and he sues this guy for defamation. Keith has damages. I know for a fact he's got damages. I could be a witness in that case because I've gone to him with several cases he hasn't been able to take because of all this nonsense. And I'm sitting around here with $1 million judgment cases trying to find an attorney for him. Some of that's because I'm lazy. I got no time. But he's the one with the damages in this case. His reputation's being damaged. What kind of lawyer gets on TV and starts saying this crap about another lawyer? And like I said, too, being behind the scenes on this, right? And when the news, CNN and MSNB, and they show a picture of Keith and Avenatti and Stormy Daniels, and they show Avenatti looking all tough and stern and brilliant, and they show Stormy Daniels all smiling, and they show Keith with this look on his face like he did something wrong. That's not how the guy's face looks. There's plenty of decent pictures of him that they could use. Where do they come up with this picture to make it look like he's guilty? That's total manipulation in this case. And there's like like in the general public, like people seem to think that he's done something wrong. No way. And also, too, there's plenty of lawyers out there that are going to come forward that are going to say that this guy's a vigorous advocate for his clients. This is a guy, that took on major cases, man. People are afraid of this guy. And then to say that he's not acting in the best interests of his clients is insane. It's no way, no how is this going to work out well for Avenatti and Daniel. This is going to come and explode in their faces. I can guarantee you that. So keep an eye out on that, man. Avenatti took this thing. I got a note right here. A bridge too far. Okay. He took this crap a bridge too far. I understand what he wants. He wants to see, more discovery with Michael Cohen and communications, because there's other cases involved. There's other things involved. Okay. And he wants to keep himself on TV, because he's getting boring. It's the same thing over and over. And this stuff about the sketch he has other clients. Where are these other women coming forward? They're not going to go to a guy like him who wants to be on TV all the time. So anyway, that's a little personally annoying to see that someone I care about, man, people that I respect, And me, man, listen, if I thought there was something, I'd be laughing about it. I'd say, he did. You know what I mean? No way, man. No way. Avenatti's going to lose this one, and he's going to lose big. Okay? There's a lot of kids he's playing with anymore. Okay. So there we go. Listen, I'm going to be doing a whole show talking about YouTube. It's coming right up. Sometimes some stations will be hearing it right after the show, and some people will be hearing it tomorrow. But it's a whole show about how YouTube makes you go crazy, okay? And how YouTube shut down my YouTube channel, and they demonetized my channel for absolutely no reason. They're claiming that I play other people's work. I'm playing other people's content on my channel. It's all my content. So I don't know where they come up with that crap from, and there's really no one to appeal to or explain to or whatever, but we're going to be getting into that for a whole hour. Also, too, we're going to be talking about this whole big nonsense about this pedo camp in Arizona with the pedo camp and the rape tree, and this wacky guy from the Bundy Ranch, and who was involved in all that stuff, who's now runs his Veterans on Patrol organization, who's got his own shady background and his own history, comes up with this whacked out, I think the whole thing's a stunt from beginning to end. And I actually talked to the cops down there in Tucson, by the way, too. Because unlike a lot of the people who you hear, on YouTube, it's like a YouTube sensation right now. Everybody, and now we found connections to George Soros and Carlos Slim and the cement companies involved with George Soros and Hillary Clinton and the Clinton Foundation. So I went into that a little bit in my last broadcast about how we're no longer on YouTube. The Soros and the Clinton Foundation need a hole in the ground to molest kids like they can't afford an apartment. You know what I mean? Like, honestly, this is what we've come to now, And so anyway, I actually got a statement from the Tucson police. But by the way, too, has anybody else bothered to contact the Tucson police? The Tucson police issued a press release on this. Did you know that? They issued a whole detailed thing. I can read the whole thing to you later on. Has anybody else? No, the pedo camp and the pedo trees. And if they found a swing, too, how come they don't call that a pedo swing or a rape swing? How come the swing's not a rape swing? And one of the signs that it's a pedo camp is they found an outdoor toilet. It's a pedo toilet. What the hell? And I said nothing to all these characters out there, man, who are promoting this thing. I can't wait to do this show. I'm going to do it in a few hours. I've got a long day ahead of me. All the same characters who are now pedo crazy. It just pedo gone wild. Pedo this and pedo that. Right? Everything. These are the same characters who are on this gravy train. They're the same ones with the Nibiru and the 2012 Mayan calendar and the Walmart tunnels and the Jade Helm and every other nonsense thing that came up around the corner over and over and over, you know? And everybody jumps on the bandwagon. You know, I'm going to tell you how that happens, okay? I'm going to tell you how that nonsense gets started, okay? Because I spotted this one from the first message. See, when George Webb popped up and that nonsense started, it took me a couple of weeks, about a month, to figure out what was going on with that. And then looking back in retrospect, I see how they rolled out their media campaign and did it. I'm going to tell you the whole thing, how they do it, okay? Because they did this, the same, got to be the same people. By the way, Santilli's behind this guy, too. Pete Santilli's involved with this guy. How many informants and FBI do you need, you know? So we'll be getting into all of that. My involvement with those Bundys and the Millers, who are informants and agents, no doubt. And all that stuff, man. We'll get into that stuff. Anyway, thank you so much for all your support this week, too. Got a lot of donations that came through to help out with the situation with the YouTube, that loss of YouTube. But we got that great new sponsor, CartKing.com. So check it out. I'm doing a whole show coming up on YouTube and the pedo camp and all that kind of stuff. Good night. Once they're locked in that car, they got to listen to the show. iHeart, iTunes, Spreaker, Podbean, Podcast, YouTube, all that stuff. Played everywhere, all over the place. You can't miss the show. 10 different internet stations, People's Internet Radio, a public streaming network, awakeradio.us, IPM Nation, and now on Ocelli.com, on Chuck Ocelli put us on his station. So you can't, it's a rock bottom prices to advertise on the show, and that's how you help support the show. Also become a member, OppermanReport.com, or contact me for a discount, OppermanReport@gmail.com. Thank you so much, John Elite. I'm looking forward to being stalked by all these characters here. He got me hooked up with www.elitedarkesthour.com. That's ALITE. We'll have his book in the Opperman Report book store on our website.